Now let's try this again. I'm going to copy this here. So just made a copy, and maybe I don't want it to be like that. Maybe I want it to start out like that. And we can do that. Maybe I want a numbered list, but I don't want it to start with number 1. So here's just kind of the default, really basic list right here. But maybe I don't want it to start with number 1 for whatever reason. Maybe I'm creating a worksheet and I, on the last page I left off with number 5, and now I want this list to begin with number 6. I'm going to type \set counter enumi and then 6. And you can see that now it started with number 7. So that wasn't actually what I wanted. I forgot that I need to say 5. If I want my list to start at 6, then I need to set the counter's position at 5 so that the next time it sees an item, it will think the last item was number 5, and it'll make the next item it sees number 6. So let's compile this. There we go. That gave me start. a list starting with number 6. Now let's create this list again. I'm going to go back up and get this first list that I made with all the different levels. We'll add some vertical space here just to separate things out visually. Okay, so this list started over with number 1, and just to make this easier for you guys to see, I'm going to insert a page break here. Instead of this vertical space, we'll do \page break, and that way this new list is on a new page. And instead of an enumerated list, I'm going to change it into an itemized list. Begin itemize. And then I'm just going to copy this and replace all of these enumerates with itemize. So I have a begin and an end 3 times because I have 3 different levels of my list here. And we'll compile that. And I just wanted to show you how this works in a bulleted list. So for the first level, you've got the solid round black bullets. And then for the second level, you've got these dashes. And then the third level, you have the asterisks. Now, sometimes you want to create a list, but maybe you don't want the numbers to show. So let's just copy one of these basic ones. We'll take this one. I'm just going to copy that. So add some vertical space here. Okay, and let me take out the customization. And we have just a really basic enumerated list, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say for whatever reason, we just don't want these numbers to show. Well, you can simply type square brackets and leave them empty. Don't type anything in the bracket. And then compile. And there's a space there where the number should be, but it's hidden. It's not displayed. Okay, so that's one way around it. You can still have something formatted like a list with all of your items, and then you're not showing any values. You can also customize really however you want this.
तो ये बेचारा परेशान है।
Numbering to look, you can do it manually. Now, it's not ideal to number things manually. It's the wonderful thing about LaTeX is that everything does get numbered automatically. So if you come back later and in between calculator and ruler, you want to add pen, it's going to automatically renumber things for you. Whereas if you had manually said 1, 2, 3, 4, now you would have to renumber everything manually after that. So here, if you're okay with taking that risk, you know that you're not gonna, it's not that big of a deal to you, you can do some customization here. Let's say, for example, you wanted this to be an A, but you didn't like the parentheses before and after. You could just do something like that. Let's compile, and we see that it looks like that. You can I don't know what else you might do here. You can even type words there if you wanted to. You could do one. I don't know why you would do that, but just to point out that you can really customize this. And so these are right justified. So that is one thing to be aware of. It looks a little weird because it's ragged on the left. But if you do these customized labels, they're going to be right justified here. And then your items themselves will be left justified over here. Hello, I'm Michelle Crummell, and in this video I'm going to show you some different ways you can format your text and your document. So for example, we'll be looking at how to make things italicized or bold, how to change the font size, how to create sections and subsections, and organize everything with a table of contents. So let's start with just some basic text formatting. You can change the appearance and the size of your text to some extent. So I'm going to begin by typing a simple sentence. And we'll say this will produce italicized text. So it won't, of course, because I haven't done anything to indicate that I need the text to be italicized. This right now is just haven't done anything to indicate that I need the text to be italicized. This right now is just producing normal text. But if I want the text to be italicized, let's just italicize the word italicized. Then I'm going to, in front of the word, type \text it curly bracket. Then I begin typing whatever I want in italics. And when I get to the end of the text that I want italicized, I close the curly brackets. So let's compile this now. And we can see that the word italicized has been italicized. So it's that \text it that's going to italicize your text. let's try making something bold. So this will produce bold text. Now, in order to make your text bold, you use \text BF for boldface font. So we'll say boldface. Is it face or faced? I don't know, but it will be bold. And let's do small caps. This will produce, so for small caps, it's \text SC curly bracket. So we'll say small caps, end your curly brackets, and we'll compile that and we'll see that we have small caps. And we can also do, this will produce typewriter font. So \text TT, nope, TT. So there's 3 T's there. It's text TT. Typewriter font text. So that typewriter font, you might be wondering why anyone would want to use that, but it is like monospaced, so it's good in certain situations. It's also, I think, good for URLs to make them look a little bit different than the rest of the text. You can offset something like saying, please visit Michelle Crummel's website at, And then I can do my backslash text TT curly bracket, we're opening our bracket. And then it's http / michellecrummel.com. And you can see that it just sets the text apart. Now, if I were actually doing type it out on my keyboard. Tech files, like I Hello, in this lesson 4/5 times 1, 4/5. Doing a hyperlink, this isn't the way I would do it because we can load a package that will make this link clickable, which would be even nice. You can use the hyperref package for that. I guess since I brought it up, I'll go ahead and show you. So we go into our preamble, which is before the begin document, after the document class, and we're going to do use package hyperref. Okay, that, and then instead of this \text TT, I can just do URL, and let's compile that. And now I have a clickable URL, and you can see that it automatically
In this video, I'll teach you a system for remembering everything you read, study, or learn. I've been
put that in the typewriter font. I didn't have to tell it to do that. That's just part of the HyperRef package. It's doing that. And so now if I click on that in my PDF, is going to take you to my website. You can also customize this even more because sometimes websites are really long and ugly. So you can do /href and then the URL, but then you need another set of curly brackets, and that's the text that you want displayed. So maybe I'll just say my website and we'll compile that. And now when you click on the words my website, oh, it didn't work. Oh, it did work. It just didn't give me the little gloved hand icon. Okay. So it did work when I clicked on it. So those are some of the things you can do to change the way that you're displaying your text. We can also change our text size. So let's play with the sentence, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, which most math students are familiar with, right? Order of operations, parentheses, exponents. What is the M? Multiplication. Yes, parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division. Wait, what's the A? Addition, subtraction. There we go. It's been a while. Sorry. Parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. Okay. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So let's compile this just so we can see what we're comparing this to. And let me give myself some vertical separation here. /v space. I'll just do 1 centimeter of vertical space there to separate it from the work that we did before. And we are going to make Dear Aunt Sally change size. Okay, so let me copy this. I'm going to paste it several times. And this first time, I'm going to make Dear Aunt Sally large, really large. So to do that, there's a couple of ways I can do that. Let's start this way. \begin, large with a capital L, and then the text that you want large. I don't know, should we include the period or not include the period? I guess we will not. And then \end large with a capital L. They have to match. Remember, whenever you do a begin, you're going to have to matching end. So let's compile that and see what we've got. So just the Dear Aunt Sally part of that sentence. Let me zoom in here so we can see this better. It did get larger. You know what? I should have started even larger because we can go larger. I'm going to copy this and try this with a lowercase l instead, which should not be quite as large as the large with the capital L. So now we're going to have normal, a little bit larger, and then a lot larger. Here we go. And we can make this even larger. If we change large to huge. Okay, and we can make that even larger if we change the lowercase h to a capital H. And you can see that that got even larger. Now we can go in the other direction and make things smaller. Let's go back to just normal. To just normal. And will go a little bit smaller than normal. So normal, you could also call it normal size. So sometimes you need that if you have like your whole document is large, but then you want one part of it to go back to regular size. Let's do that. I'll show you that. So you would just do normal size, all smushed together as one word. Okay, so that's the same as this line. Oops. This line right here, the first one. Okay, so let's go a little bit smaller than normal size. And that's going to be script size. And we can go even smaller than that and go, I think I missed small. I did. We missed small. So let's put small in here. Script size is smaller than small, and I'm trying to do this in a logical way. So normal size, and then if you want it a little bit smaller, you can go to small. And then if you want a little bit smaller than that, you can go to script size. And if you need it even smaller than that, we'll go to tiny. And let's compile that and see what we've got. There we go. So progressively larger and then progressively smaller, all the way down to tiny. Now we can also change how our text is justified. So sometimes you want your text to be centered. Sometimes you want it left justified. Sometimes you want it right justified. So add in some vertical space for this new section here. And let's do centered text. So for centered text, begin, center, and we're of course going to need an end center as well. And then everything you put in between begin center and end center will be centered. So this line is centered. And I could do all of that on one line. Let's save some space. So we can do something similar. I'm going to copy that 2 more times. Instead of center, we can do flush left. So we need to begin and end. Or we can do flush right. Okay, so then we can see our text. Zoom out a little bit. This line is centered. This line is, oh, I should change that, is left justified. This one is right. Justified. That makes more sense? All right, so the begin and the end is a nice way to do this, with either changing the font size or changing the way that it is justified, because it's just easy to see where that starts and where it stops. It's very definitive, like where that ends. It's not the only way you can do it. Let me copy these sentences here and show you a different way. And this would work here and show you a different way. And this would work not just with the justification, but also with sizing as well. If you do / centering, now notice I don't have a begin and an end. If I do / centering, it's going to affect everything that comes afterwards. So all of those lines are going to be centered. if I were to do backslash large, let's say, for example, then everything that comes after that is going to be large. I don't know what's going on with the, that's weird. Why is it? Oh, I see. This is indented. All right. I thought maybe it was like weirdly centered in one part of the page. Nope, this is just indented. That's all that's going on because I did soft returns here. There we go. They're all indented now. Okay, so if we change this to tiny, then everything after that becomes tiny. So it just depends what you want to do. If you want to change your whole document, then you can do this. Something like this is very simple. I usually like the begin and the end, again, because then when I'm going back and looking at my code, it's very easy to see where that started and where it ended. So that's what I've got for text formatting. Now let's talk a little more about document formatting. If you want to create a little title section at the top of your document, then you're going to come into your preamble. So before the begin document, you're going to come up here and you're going to enter 3 different lines: \title with curly brackets, \author with curly brackets, \date with curly brackets. Now you don't have to type anything in the curly brackets, but obviously if you want your title to show, then you would type something. Let me do a full page view here so we can see what's going on. So let's just say for my title, I'm going to write my LaTeX document. And for author, I'm going to put my name, Michelle Crummell. And for the date, I have a couple of options. I can manually type the date. What is today's date? Hang on, let me check. Sunday, July 26th. Okay, so I could say July 26, 2020, like so. Now I'm going to compile. And notice nothing changed on the PDF. My title is not showing up. So I've entered the needed information to create the title, but I haven't actually told the compiler to print the title in my PDF, to make it. We have to actually tell it to make the title. So after begin document, you're going to type \make title, all one word, and we'll compile. And now I have a title. So there's a couple of things I want to point out. With the date, if you want to manually enter the date, you can. Like I can change that to anything I want, any text I want, even if it's not a date. If you just with the date. If you want to manually enter the date, you can. I can change that to anything I want, any text I want, even if it's not a date. If you just want to put some other kind of text there, you can. And you can still use the \date command to do that. Oftentimes what I will do for the date is \today. And then when each time I compile, it'll figure out what is today's date, and then it'll display that date. So if I come back, make some edits, compile this again later, it'll always have the most current date on it. My students don't always like to do that because sometimes they turn in things late and they don't want me to know that they compiled it late. The other thing I want to fix here is the word LaTeX, my LaTeX document. So the word LaTeX is normally typeset in a very special way. And to accomplish that, you have to do \, and then you type LeaTeX, and it needs to be done like so, with a capital L, a lowercase a capital T, lowercase e, capital X. And then when we compile, you'll see that it did change like the font and spacing and formatting of that LaTeX. Let me zoom in because it doesn't look quite right because there's no space between the letter chi and the letter D. So I can create that space by typing another \ at the end of that word and compiling it again. And now we get the space between the chi and the D. So that is a basic little title section on your first page. There's lots of other ways to create title pages that then wouldn't have other things on them, but we'll get into that in another tutorial, how to format a math paper. What we want to do here next is to create some sections and subsections in our document. So let me go to the end here, but before my end document, and create a section. So my first section, I'm going to hit \ section, and then in curly brackets type the name of your section or the title for your section. So this will be linear functions. That's my first section. I'll compile that, and you can see that there's some automatic formatting that happened to that. That's not like normal text, linear functions. For my section here, it's bold, it's a larger font size, and it's numbered. And I didn't manually number it. The compiler will number it. And so if I create another section, let's create another section and call it quadratic functions. Compile, and now that's section number 2. We can create subsections. So underneath section 1, I'm going to indent, again, just for my own organization. It's not absolutely necessary. I'm going to type \ subsection, curly bracket. We'll say slope, intercept, form. And then let's do another one, backslash subsection standard form. And one more, slash subsection format a math paper. What we want to do is to subsection curly bracket, we'll say slope intercept form. And then let's do another one, backslash, again, are formatted in a special way. and they're numbered 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. If you don't like the way that the numbering scheme looks, you can change that. You can also add subsections. So under our first subsection, let's indent and do \subsection. Example 1. And one more, subsection. Example 2. And compile. And now we see those subsections are labeled 1.1.1, 1.1.2. Okay, let's add a couple subsections under quadratic functions. And the reason I'm doing this is because we are going to build a table of contents, so I want to have enough to fill out my table of contents. So subsection, here we'll do vertex form. Standard form. And factored form. And compile. Okay, there we go. Now, if you don't want the numbering to be displayed, then you type an asterisk after the word section. So if I don't want those section titles to have numbers in front of them, I can suppress that. Same with the subsections. Asterisk. After the word section. So if I don't want those section titles to have numbers in front of them, I can suppress that. Same with the subsections. I can do asterisks and hide those. We'll just hide a couple of those. Okay, so you can decide if you want them numbered or not. I'm going to undo that because I do want them numbered for my table of contents. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to go back up to the top of the document and let's say the very first thing we want after begin document is our table of contents. So backslash table of contents, all one word, compile. And let me go full page. Now the contents is blank. That's going to happen because it requires 2 compilings in order to create the table of contents. So don't panic if you don't see your table of contents. Once you compile, just compile again. So let's compile one more time. And there it is, our table of contents, formatted very nicely with our page numbers. Hello, I'm Michelle Crummell, and in this video we are going to look at packages, macros, and graphics. And in this
Title Quick One in Art of the
Added very nicely with our page numbers. Hello, I'm Michelle Crummell, and in this video, we are going to look at packages, macros, and graphics. Let's start by saving our file. So I have a file that I've already started, and I am just going to save that as tutorial 6. So let me find the folder where I want to save that. Tutorial 6. And if we look at that folder here, we can see that it is tutorial06.tech. And we're going to start by looking at some packages that we can use to change how this document looks. Packages are used to load special instructions for the compiler. So you can do things like add features that aren't included in the standard distribution or modify the standard rules for fonts and document formatting. If you want to use a package, you place it in the preamble. So the preamble is the section of code between document class and begin document. So I'm going to come up here to line number 2, class and begin document. Section of code between document class and begin document. So I'm going to come up here to line number 2 and just hit enter a few times to give myself some space, and we can start entering the packages that we want to use. So the first package I'm going to show you is one that I use in almost every document I create, and that is going to affect the size of the margins for my output document. If you'll notice, and I'm going to change the zoom here so that we can see the entire page. There's a lot of white space at the top and on the left and on the right and even at the bottom below the page number. So this is just the default margins that are set here, and normally these margins are too large for the kinds of documents that I'm creating. I prefer to have about a 1-inch margin. So we can use a package to deal with that. Now the easiest way, if I just want 1-inch margins on all sides, is to use a package called full page. To use a package, we're going to type /use package. I'm going to choose the option with the curly brackets, and then I'm going to type the name of the package inside of the curly brackets. So it's just full page. And then I'm going to compile. So we can come up here to compile, or I can just hit F2 as a keyboard shortcut. So notice what happened. Now we've got a 1-inch margin at the top, at the left, at the bottom, and let's go back to full page view. And you can see we also now have decreased that margin at the bottom. So that's just really quick, easy package to use if you want 1-inch margins on all sides. Now you can use different size papers. In the United States, typically we use paper that is 8.5 inches by 11. And if you want to make sure you are set up for that, you can come up here and type letter paper to make sure we're using letter paper. If you are using A4 size paper, you can type A4 paper up here. And when I compile, I don't know if you noticed that it went pretty quick. They're set up for that. You can come up here and type letter paper to make sure we're using letter paper. If you are using A4 size paper, you can type A4 paper up here. And when I compile, I don't know, and if you want to make sure type A4 paper up here. If you are are using A4 size paper, you can type A4 paper up here. And when I compile, I don't know if you noticed that it went pretty quick. There was only a very slight difference, but look at the bottom of the page here. That did make quite a difference. So let me go back to letter paper. And that's going to give me that 8.5 by 11 size paper. Now, I might not want 1-inch margins on all sides. We can customize this further if we use a different package. So instead of the full page package, I'm going to use the geometry package. And this is the one that I use when I create all of my documents, just because it does give me some more control. So the geometry package, I think if I compile right now, it's not going to do anything. I haven't really told it what I want it to do. Yeah, it looks like maybe it just went back to the default. Let's zoom in here a little bit. Now I'm just fit to page width here. And we can come in front of those curly brackets and put square brackets, and that is where I'm going to enter the options that I want to use with this package. So if I do want 1-inch margins, I'm going to type margin equals 1 inch and compile. F1 to compile. I may have said F2 earlier. I don't remember. F1 to compile. And now I have 1-inch margin. So this really has the same effect as that full page package when I do it like this and just say, give me 1-inch margins all the way around. Although it looks like we don't have a whole lot of space under the page number there. I can make this really specific and say, no, I want the top to be 1 inch and the bottom to be 1 inch, but the left to be 0.5 inches and the right to equal 0.5 inches. And let's compile that. And now you can see that I do have those larger margins on the top and bottom compared to what I have on the left and right. Okay, now my margins are a little bit too small for my taste, so I might change that. And you certainly don't have to use inches. You can use centimeters. You can use any valid measurement that LaTeX will accept here. Okay, typically I just use 1 inch, but we will leave that like so for now. And let's talk about another package. Actually, before we move away from the geometry package, you can also explicitly specify your paper size. So let me just show you that real quick. We could say paper width equals 8.5 inches if we're working with 8.5 by 11, and then we can say paper height equals 11 inches. Okay, so if I did want to change the size of my output for my paper, I don't know, maybe I want to do something crazy like 5 by 7. And then we can see what happens. So when you print this, it's going to print 5 by 7 instead of now 8.5 by 11. So there might be some applications for that if you're making flashcards, for example, and you want them to be smaller, then you could adjust that paper size. Even if your actual paper is not that size, it would restrict the output to that size for you. Okay, so let's just go back. This is bugging me just because it's not what I like to use. Okay, there we go. That's making me feel more comfortable. I've got 1-inch margins all around. Okay, let's talk about another package. And sometimes you're trying to type mathematical notation. Maybe you're looking up some syntax to do something like the symbol for the set of all real numbers, and you try and type the code and then you get some kind of error. Well, that actually requires a package. So I'm going to do use package. And the name of the package that we're going to want to use for that is AMS fonts. That package is going to allow us to use some specialized math notation. So let me come over here to my questions and then add. So let me come to allow us to use some specialized math notation. So let me come over here to my questions and then add in before question number 1. Let's just say we want something to do with all real numbers. I'm just going to type, this is the symbol for all real numbers. And the code for that, we have to be in math mode. We're going to do \mathbb. You can see that it's popping up as a suggestion for me here. And then we're just going to put a capital R, close math mode and compile. And I will We'll zoom in over here so we can get a better view of that. But now we have there the symbol, oh, I misspelled symbol, the symbol for all real numbers. And we, of course, have other symbols that we can use, like the symbol for the set of integers. So let me just copy that. The symbol for and I probably should say for the set of, yeah, let's do that properly. For the set of integers, and that is going to be the capital Z. And we can see that it produces that symbol for us there. We might want the set of rational numbers, and that would be a Q. You get the idea. Now, if I didn't have this package loaded, I'm going to remove that and compile, and you'll see that I get an error. It's looking for, when you see this undefined control sequence, it doesn't recognize that command. We do need to load a package. I don't know if it tells me in the error message that which package I need, but sometimes you will encounter that. So we want to make sure that we're using that package. And whenever I'm creating a document, I automatically load the AMS fonts package, whether I need it or not, because I never know when I'm going to end up typing some mathematical, symbol that might require it. And if you are not including any options, so you're not using the square brackets to define any specific options, then you can actually load multiple packages all using one command. So here I can type, for example, AMS fonts, comma, and then the name of another package that I want to use. So I typically will load AMS fonts, AMS sim, and what's the other one? AMS math, I think. Those three, I just always, when I start my documents, I load those three packages, just in case I end up needing them. And, in the end, if you comment that out and compile and everything looks fine, you didn't really need those packages, you can always just leave it commented out, or you can delete it from your code. But I always just keep it in. It's not harming anything. All right. I always just keep it in. It's not harming anything. All right. So you load your packages again in the preamble, that is before the \begin document. Always just leave it and compile and everything looks fine, but I always just keep it in. It's not harming anything. All right. So you load your packages again in the preamble, that is before the \begin document. Now you can also load some macros in your preamble. So macros are used to define your own custom LaTeX commands. And there are a few macros that I use often that I'm going to share with you. But before I do that, let's just, look at how a macro might work in general. So let's say you're working on a document and there's a little snippet of code that you know that you're going to use multiple times in your document. You can define it once. Macros that I use often, so you always just keep it in. It's not harming anything. All right. So you load your packages again in the preamble, that is before the \begin document. Now you can also load some macros in your preamble. So macros are used to define your own custom LaTeX commands. And there are a few macros that I use often that I'm going to share with you. But before I do that, let's just, look at how a macro might work in general. So let's say you're working on a document and there's a little snippet of code that you know that you're going to use multiple times in your document. You can define it once using a custom LaTeX command, and then within the body of your document, whenever you want to call that up, you can just type that command that you've created instead of having to type the whole code. So for example, let's just say we were typing a paper and we knew that we were going to be working with a rational function and having to type it several times throughout the document. So let's just say that function is y equals, and then we've got the fraction x over 3x squared plus x plus 1. Okay, now I'm in the preamble right now, so compiling will probably give me an error. Like, it doesn't make sense to have this up here. I don't know that I've ever tried doing that before. Yeah, I did get an error because I'm trying to type this before my begin document. It doesn't like that. But I just wanted to establish that this is an equation. In fact, let's move it on down here just so we can take a look at it on our document. Doesn't look that great at the moment. If I want that to be a larger fraction, I can go with dfrac instead. And it would look more like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up our macro. And all we have to do is type backslash. Let's go ahead and dfrac instead. And it would look more like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up our macro. And all we have to do is type backslash def for define. We are going to define a new command. What do we want to call our rational function? Maybe we'll just call it backslash eq1 for equation 1. So we're defining equation 1. And then in curly brackets, you're going to type the code that you want the compiler to run every time you type backslash eq1 inside of your document. So you're going to have to decide if you want to include the dollar signs as part of the command or exclude them. I would say it's safer to exclude them just in case you're in a situation. For example, if you're doing an equation array or you're in a begin a line environment where you don't want to use dollar signs, you might run into issues there. So I am going to omit the dollar signs and just type the actual equation part there. Now, when we do want to call up this function within our document, we're going to have to type the dollar signs. So again, you can decide if you want to include the dollar signs or not as part of the way that you have defined this special command /eq1. So now that it's defined, we can use it. And it didn't look great just sitting there above critical thinking questions. Let's Let's just make this a new item in our list here. Let's examine the function backslash EQ1. Now again, this is going to be problematic because it's going to try and display equation 1, but it's not in math mode. So you can see if I compile, it doesn't like that. It's telling me I can see right away, oh, you're missing a dollar sign. So we just have to put dollar signs around our EQ1 and we should be good to go. There we are. Let's examine the function. So without having to retype the equation, I can just call it up like this, and then at any point point throughout my document, I can call that up again quickly just using /EQ1. So that can be helpful. Let me show you some of the macros that I commonly use in my documents. I have this document open right here. This is one that I use very frequently. And this one, again, we're in the preamble is where we're defining these custom commands. So this one starts \new command, and then the name of the command in curly brackets. So this is the actual command that if I were not using a macro, I would just type this out within the body of the document whenever I want to use it. And this is going to increase the vertical space between items in my list. So it's adding more separation, if you want to think of it that way, the item sep. It's adding separation between list items. And this pound vertical space between items in my list. So it's adding more separation, if you want to think of it that way, the item sep. It's adding separation between list items. And this #1 is where I am going to input a value. So each time this one is a little bit different because it's not a static command that is going to be the same every single time. This one, I have to enter a value when I use this command. And this is the part in the code that's telling me that I'm going to enter a value right here where typically a number would be. So how do we use that? After my begin enumerate, if I decide that I want more space between my list items, I can just bring up this command and I'm going to just type \set like this, \set, and then in curly brackets, I'm going to type how much space I want. So I can type the number 1 here. Let's compile, and that has added some space. If I want more space, I could type the number 2. And that gave me even more space. Let's just really exaggerate it. I'm going to type the number 5. And that's giving me a lot of space. Typically, I normally just stick with with about 1.2. That's my go-to, unless I'm trying to leave room. Maybe if I'm typing a quiz, I want to leave room for students to write answers, although I typically do that. Maybe if I'm typing, that's my go-to, unless I'm trying to leave room. Maybe if I'm typing a quiz, I want to leave room for students to write answers, although I typically do that with a vfill rather than the set command. So that is one that I use often. Another one that I use often, let's go over here. Let's look at this one. Now this one is going to require, I believe, that we use a certain package. Yeah, we're going to have to use our packages. You can see I have a lot more packages loaded in this sample document than the one we're working in right now. But let me go ahead. Our commands go in the preamble. So I'm going to put that one up here. And this one is going to insert a calculator symbol. The command that I would be typing is just /calculator. But we are going to want to use these two packages, LeaeTeeXe PGF plots. So I'll come back up here where I've loaded all of my packages, and let's compile. Oh, I haven't actually asked it to use that command, so let's try using it and make sure it works. So I'm just going to right here, let's say I want to let people know that this is a calculator active question. I can type /calculator, compile, and then it's going to insert that little calculator symbol. Now I need a space between that and let's, so I always just put an extra backslash like so, and that's going to give me that little extra space that I need there. And so if I'm typing up a set of homework problems, and my students know that they can use a calculator on that particular question. So that is a really great use of this macro, because I don't want to have to type this code every single time I want to insert that typing up. That's going to give me that little extra space that I need there. And so if I'm typing up a set of homework problems, and my students know that they can use a calculator on that particular question. So that is a really great use of this macro, because I don't want to have to type this code every single time I want to insert that calculator icon. I just do it once in the preamble, and then whenever I want to use it, I can just type the /calculator. So that's how you do custom commands in LaTeX. Okay, and then the last thing we're going to talk about here is inserting graphics. Now, it's important when you insert graphics, and by graphics I mean image files, JPEGs, PNG, here is inserting graphics. Now, it's important when you insert graphics, and by graphics I mean image files. JPEGs, PNGs are typically the ones that you're going to be working with. It's important that you save those image files in the same folder where you've saved your text file. So let me open my Finder window. This is the folder where I've saved my text file. This is the text file we are working on right now. It is in this folder, LaTeX Tutorial 6, Packages, Macros, and Graphics. So I'm going to find the image that I want to use. I've saved it to my desktops to make it easy to find. It's right here. So I'm going to copy that, and then I will come back here. This is the folder where my text file is, and I'm going to paste that image file in this folder. They need to be in the same folder for the compiler to find the image, otherwise you will get a compiling error. So let's go back up top because we do need to load a package in order to insert images. So the package that we're going to use package, GraphicX. GraphicX, that is the package that we are going to use. And then where I want to insert my image, let me go back to a page width view here. Let's put the image right above question number 1 here. Or statement number 1 here. We'll put it before the enumerated list. So in between critical thinking questions, I'm going to insert my image to that we are going to use. And then where I want to insert my image, let me go back to a page width view here. Let's put the image right above question number 1 here, or statement number 1 here. We'll put it before the enumerated list. So in between critical thinking questions, I'm going to insert my image right here. And the most basic way to insert this image, \include graphics, you can see that the suggestion is popping up. The scale, now I can go with a scale of 1. I find that typically scale of 1, it sounds like it should be the right size, right? Because it's 100% scale, but it's usually really big. So if I do use scale, I find that I normally have to use a number between 0 and 1, but we'll just try it and see what happens. So scale equals 1, and then you type the name of your file. So let me go back to that folder because I've forgotten the name of it. So the file is limit.png. So here I'm going to type limit. I don't have to type the .png. You can, it's fine, but you don't have to. You can omit the dot and then the file extension. So if I had a limit.jpg file, I could also just type limit. And let's compile. And there is our image. So it is bigger than what I would like for this document. You can see the font size here on the axes is a whole lot bigger than what I have in the rest of the document. So we can decrease the scale, maybe try 0.8. Still too big. Let's go with 0.6. I typically don't use scale. I typically want to make sure that all of my images have a consistent width or maybe a consistent height. So there is another option for sizing your image besides using scale. You can specify the height of your image. You can specify the width of your image. So let's just do width equals, and we will try 5 inches. Okay, so that's pretty big. I don't know why I went with that big. Let's try 3.5 inches. Now you can also specify the height instead of the width or at the same time. So if you change the aspect ratio, things are going to look a little wonky. Let's try height equals 5 inches. And you'll see that I haven't maintained that aspect ratio. So typically I just do one or the other, either width or height. You don't have to use inches, you can use centimeters. You can also use percents. So we could say something like width equals, to do a percent, you want to do something like this. If we want 50%, we could say 0.5 slash text width. So that's going to make the width of the image half of the text width. Yeah, that looks about half, right? If I went with 0.75, that's going to be really big because it's going to take up 3/4 of the, I can't say page width because it's not including the margins, but the text width, right? So that's another way that you can size your images there. And if you want something smaller, now it's only 1/4 of the text width. Now, if you want the image to be centered, let's go back to point 4. If you want your image to be centered, and this is the way that you're inserting your image, then before the image, we can do \begin center. And after the image, \end center. So we don't want to center everything on the page. We just want to center the image. Okay, so that is a really simple way to get graphics into your document. There's nothing fancy here. We don't have a caption, labels, any of that kind of stuff.
Here we're going to take a look at including pictures and images in our document. So first things first, we need an image. So I'm currently using Overleaf. This is a cloud-based service. And what we can see here on the left are the files
Most basic way to insert one, it sounds usually the number between the name of your file is limit. Don't have to type type the .png. You can, it's fine, but you don't have to here on can make sure the width is big. Let's try instead of look a little wonky. You'll see that I haven't maintained that aspect ratio. So typically I just do one or the other, either width or height. You don't have to use inches. You can use centimeters. You can also use percents. So we could say something like width equals, to do a percent, you want to do something like this. If we want 50%, we could say 0.5 / text width. So that's going to make the width of the image of the, I can't say page width because it's a way that you can size your images there. And if you want something smaller, now it's only 1/4 of the text width. Now, if you want the image to be centered, let's go back to point 4. If you want your image to be centered, and this is the way that you're inserting your image, then before the image, we can do \begin center. And after the image, \end center. So we don't want to center everything on the page. We just want to center the image. Okay, so that is a really simple way to get graphics into your document. There's nothing fancy here. We don't have a caption, labels, any of that kind of stuff. So if you do want to have a little more control, maybe you want to add a caption to your image, or you want to have a little more control over the placement of your image, then we can put our image inside of the figure environment. So let me take away begin and end center, because there's a better way to do that. If we, right before the image, backslash, begin figure, and then right after the image, backslash, end figure. All right, let's compile that. And you'll see that it moved the image. Now in the code, I've placed the image between critical thinking questions and my enumerated list. But the compiler moved the image and it displayed it at the top of the page. Well, if you don't like that, you have some options for telling it where to place the image. Here we can do in square brackets an H for here. Place the image here. Now that might not always work, because sometimes the compiler thinks it knows better about where that image would fit best. Like if there's not quite enough space where you want to put it, or I don't know how it decides exactly where to place the images, but sometimes even this lowercase h doesn't work. If you want it at the top of the page, you can use a T. If you want to place the image at the bottom of the page, you can use a B. That moved it down to the bottom of the page. But normally I want my image to be right where I coded it, and so I use a capital H. But if I try and compile this, I'm going to get an error because the capital H requires a special package, and that is the float package. So that is one that I almost always load in my documents in case I need it, because it is also really useful for placing tables, not just images, but also tables. And so if you load that float package and you use the capital H here, it will put the image right where you have the code for the image, regardless of whether it fits well in that space or not. And if you want to center your image, then inside of that figure environment, you can just type /centering. So that will center the image and also the caption if you use a caption. So if we want to place a caption below the image, I can end my line here and type \caption, and then in the curly brackets type my caption. So this is a visual, or let's just say this, the squeeze theorem. Now notice all I said was caption the squeeze theorem. I never typed figure 1, but look, when it displayed the caption, caption, it labeled or numbered this figure for me automatically, which is really nice if you have several images in your paper, it's going to number them as you go. And then later, if you go back and insert another image, it will automatically, reset all of the numbering and number everything appropriately. Now, for those of you who are using Overleaf, let's talk about how to insert an image here. So I've just copied and pasted the code from my TeXmaker file over here. And when I hit compile, I did get a compile. So those of you who are using reset later, if you go back and insert another image, it will automatically, reset all of the numbering and number everything appropriately. Now, for those of you who are using Overleaf, let's talk about how to insert an image here. So I've just copied and pasted the code from my TeXmaker file over here. And when I hit compile, I did get a compiling error. It looks like I have 2 errors. And it's because it can't find the image I've asked it to include in the document. So it's looking for this file called limit, and it can't find it because I have not uploaded it here into Overleaf. So you're going to want it to appear in this list along with your TeX file. So here's our main TeX file. I can rename this if I want so that it matches the other one, tutorial 06. So you don't want to always have main.tex be your file names here, because then when you start exporting things to your computer, you'll have multiple TeX files that all have the same name. So I do like, if you're using Overleaf, get it in the habit of renaming those files. Okay, so we need to upload an image and place it here in this list. So here is the icon to upload. And then you're going to find that image on your computer. You can drag and drop it into the box. I have that image on my desktop, so let me do that. I'm just going to drag it over here and drop it, and it appears right here. So now when I compile, it should work out. Okay, and there we go. There is my image. I had no problems finding that file because it is, again, in the same folder here, in the same directory as the TeX file itself. So that does it for this tutorial. We talked about loading packages. We looked at defining some custom commands, and then how to deal with inserting images into our documents. I'm Michelle Crummell, and in this video, we're going to take a look at errors and debugging. So for errors, I have intentionally made some very common errors, and we're going to go through them one by one. We looked at defining some custom commands and then how to deal with inserting images into our documents. I'm Michelle Crummell, and in this video, we're going to take a look at errors and debugging. So for errors, I have intentionally made some very common errors, and we're going to go through them one by one and see if we can fix them. So I haven't tried compiling this document yet. I'm going to go ahead and compile it. And when I do that, I run into an error. So I'm not actually seeing PDF output produced over here. The file will not compile. And so I have a number of errors, and I can see in my log down here, I can scroll through, I have all kinds of errors. And it's telling me, it's giving me some clues as to where these errors are and then what types of errors they are. So having the line numbers is very helpful. And if you're not seeing your line numbers appear here, you can go into your TeXmaker preferences and make sure you have line numbering turned on in your editor. So that is a checkbox right here that you can select or deselect. But I like having the line numbers show because it really does help when you're trying to find errors. Okay, so let's look at that again. Now, the first error apparently is occurring on line 5, and that's where my cursor is at the moment. So it kind of worked its way through the file while it was trying to compile. And there's a problem here on line 5. So the first thing I like to do is just read it very carefully and see if anything jumps out at me, and I can, sometimes I'll just notice, oh, I see the mistake that I made there. We're starting with double dollar signs, we're closing with double dollar signs, that's not an issue. I have my left parentheses. Now, whenever you use a /left, you need a matching /right, and I'm noticing I don't have a /right, so that's probably the issue. And if we read the actual error, it says right here, missing /right. So that's a big clue to me to let me know what kind of mistake it is I'm dealing with. So I do have clothing parentheses or parenthesis right here, but I did not type /right in front of it. Okay, so I'm going to try compiling again to see if that fixed the error. Now, it still did not successfully compile, but that's because there are other errors in the document. I can tell that I've fixed the error in line 5 because now when I look down at my error log, the first error is occurring on line 8. So we fixed the problem in line 5. Now let's deal with line 8. Notice we don't actually have any code in line 8. So when that happens, I usually go to the line right before it and look for an error there. Another good tip when you're trying to troubleshoot here or debug your code, if there are too many errors or you're just not sure exactly where their error is, you can have the compiler temporarily ignore part of your code by commenting it out. So anything you want to comment out, you can type a % symbol in front of it. Notice that this turned gray, the line turned gray. The compiler is going to completely ignore everything on line 9. So sometimes you'll want to use that strategy just to narrow down where the error is. Now the log says it's on line 8. I know it's not actually on line 8. So what I'm going to do, just to show you how you can use this commenting thing, I'm going to comment everything out except for end document. I don't want to comment that out because we have a begin document, we need an end document or it's never going to compile. So I highlighted everything else here, and I can go individually and type percent symbols, but there is a keyboard shortcut. I can type Command T on my Mac, and that will comment all of the lines that I've highlighted. Alternatively, you can come up here to edit and choose comment, and it will do the same thing. Now I've just done it twice, so I'm going to highlight it and percent symbols. But there is a keyboard shortcut. I can type Command T on my Mac, and that will comment all of the lines that I've highlighted. Alternatively, you can come up here to edit and choose comment, and it will do the same thing. Now I've just done it twice, so I'm going to, I think if I undo, it'll only do one line. So let me do edit and uncomment okay, there we go. So now the only code that is going to run when I compile is the lines that are not grayed out here. And I know that I fixed the error in line 5, so let's see what happens. Okay, now it's just giving me errors on line 8, supposedly line 8, but I know for sure that it's happening right here because everything after that is being ignored and everything before that we have fixed. So let's take a look at this and see if we can pinpoint what's missing. The dollar signs look okay. A lot of times there's a missing dollar sign, and that's a common error that you can make. But I'm noticing, you know, for every opening dollar sign, I have closing dollar sign, so that's good. Slash frac. I've got curly brackets around the numerator. But I don't have curly brackets around the numerator because I accidentally typed parentheses here instead of the curly bracket. So let's change that to a curly bracket. Now I think I fixed it, so I'm going to try compiling again. And success. The file did compile. Now I've hidden all this other stuff, so it's not showing. So what I can do now is just unhide these lines one at a time. I can uncomment them and back and then try and compile. And we have an error now on line 9. If I look at the error, it says missing curly bracket. So that's probably what the problem is. And sometimes I will count. This is open number 1, open number 2, close number 1, open number 3, closed number 2. Oh, what did I just do there? Here we go. Let's try that again. Actually, when I'm doing this, because it's hard to kind of keep track, I'll count all the open curly brackets and then all the closing curly brackets. So I have open 1, 2, 3. I have 3 opening ones, and then let's look for the closing ones. I've got 1 and then 2. So I know that I'm missing a curly bracket somewhere. Now notice the color coding that's going on to help me. If I put my cursor right after a closing curly bracket, it shows me the pair. It shows me the one that's opening and then being closed by this bracket. So that pair is good. This pair is good. When I click here, nothing got highlighted. Like up here, if I put my cursor next to that, it's going to highlight the pair. But when I put my cursor here, it's not highlighting a pair. So this opening one right here is missing a closing one. So then you're going to look at your code and see, okay, where does the square root end? And that means I have to put 1 at the end right here. And now I've got that pair highlighted. So let's compile and see if that worked. That did work. So that was successful. Let me go ahead and zoom in here. Okay, so now I'm not going to just uncomment begin enumerate, because that would certainly give me an error. Whenever you have a begin, you need an end. Okay, but now I think I might get an error here because I'm saying, hey, I'm making an enumerated list, but then I didn't put any items in my list. So you need at least 1 item. And if we compile, that works. There's my first item. So I'm just going to take a chance. Maybe there's no errors in here. And I'm going to highlight all of this, and to uncomment them all back, I can hit Command U on my keyboard, or I could have gone up here to edit uncomment and it would have the same effect. And now we will compile that. And I am getting an error. So I know there's an error somewhere here. Okay, so let's see if we can figure out what it is. We've got the second item, that looks fine. Begin enumerate, and anytime you see begin something, ask yourself, do you have a matching end? And I don't, because the end enumerate right here matches the begin enumerate right here. So this begin enumerate does not have an end enumerate. So I need to come down right here and add an end enumerate. That's a common error that happens, especially when you're making nested lists. And now everything is okay. Indenting can help with this. If you don't indent and you have everything like this, then it's hard to see which begin enumerate is paired with which end enumerate. It's a lot easier if you indent. And you can indent a bunch of lines at once if you highlight them. And then for my Mac, it's Command Shift and then the right angular bracket on the keyboard, the one where you same key you hit for a period. And you can do that multiple times if you want to indent more. And if you want to go in the other direction, you can use the left angular bracket to go the other direction. Okay, so then let's comment out this next part and see if there's an issue there. So I'm going to try compiling. Nope, I've got a problem here. And if I read the error message, it says undefined control sequence. So undefined control sequence often happens if the compiler doesn't recognize a command. So you typed / something and it doesn't recognize it. And the most common two reasons for that are: one, the command you're trying to use requires a package that you don't have loaded, or two, there's a typo in your command. You accidentally misspelled it, which is the case here because I meant frac and I spelt farc. So we'll change that to frac and see if that fixes that. And it does. There's my fraction there. I'm going to go ahead and just uncomment all the rest of this stuff, and we'll see how many more errors we have in this file. Okay, scrolling down here, it looks like we still have quite a few. So I'm good up to line 24, even though it's telling me that the next error is on line 26, missing $sign inserted. And I can see right away that it's a $sign issue because remember, when you open math mode using a $sign, everything in math mode turns green. And looking at this, there is way too much green here. Too many things are green that aren't supposed to be green. Only the math should be green. So this text, if that discriminant, that should not be green. So I forgot to close my $sign right here. And as soon as I type that $sign, you can see that that text now turned black, which is how it's supposed to be. So let's try compiling. Now I still have errors in the document, so it did not update the PDF. This is the PDF from the last successful compile that we did. So be aware of that as well. If you feel like you're clicking compile and nothing's changing over here, it could be because you have a compiling error and it's not updating your PDF for you. And you can turn this message log off, so if you're not, maybe you wouldn't realize that you had an error. Your PDF is just not updating. But for me, the message log automatically pops up when I have errors. Okay, so now let's look at line 27 and see if we can figure out what issue we're having here. So in the align environment, so first of all, I noticed something's weird because it's colored in a strange way. I'm expecting the math to be green and things that aren't math to be black. But this stuff right here, I clicked a $sign to start math mode, but this is black. Why isn't it green if it's in math mode? Well, when you start the align environment here, when you type \begin align, it automatically puts that in math mode. So I'm in math mode before I ever type anything. When I do begin align like that, I'm in math mode right now. So if I start typing, you'll see it's green because it is in math mode. Now let me go back to what I had. So what happened when I typed the $sign is it actually closed the math mode, and that's causing me errors here. So when you're working in align, never use the dollar symbols. You're automatically in math mode. Now things look a bit more normal. The math mode is green like I would expect it to be. So let's compile. We still have an error. It's still saying line 27. Now, obviously the problem is not on line 27 because there's nothing wrong with this code right here, this syntax, but it's something to do with my align environment here. If you look at the other code messages that are popping up, so sometimes this will give you a clue as to what's wrong, and other times, maybe it's not, you're not real sure what this means. It looks like missing $sign inserted, but that's not really what the issue is here. Misplaced alignment tab character, that's talking about the ampersand. That's not the issue here. The issue here is that we have a blank line in our align environment. And typically blank lines don't matter at all. You can put as many blank lines in your code as you want. It's not an issue. It's not even going to show up as blank lines over here on your document. In fact, the compiler ignores spaces as well. I don't know that I've mentioned that yet. So not in text, not in text mode. In text mode, let's see what happens if I put a bunch of spaces here. Actually, I think it probably will still ignore it. Oh, let me hide this because it won't compile. So there's an error there. So I'm commenting that out so we can see what happens here when I put in all these spaces there. And look here, then there are no real roots. It ignored all of those spaces. You can type as many spaces as you want here and it's going to ignore it, which is kind of nice because sometimes when you have a lot of code, it's helpful to your eye to space things out. For example, up here where we had the square root, especially when you're trying to find an error and fix an error. Sometimes I'll come in here and I will just put a bunch of space. Like I know the /square root goes with that closing bracket right there. And I'll just put a bunch of spaces just to visually separate it so I can focus on the interior. Because if I'm sure that this looks correct, and it's matching with this right here, then I don't need to focus on that part of the command. I really want to just focus what's in the middle here. So spacing things out in your code can be helpful, and this absolutely will not affect your output. The compiler will ignore spaces. Sometimes it's frustrating because you want a space and it's ignoring the space when you type it, but there is a way to hard code a space. If I want to put a space here, I can just do \, and then I can do that as many times as I want. So let's insert some spaces here. And now when I compile, I should see the square root symbol and then a weird amount of space and then my fraction. So that's happening right here. I've inserted some extra space there. Let's take that away because that's not proper. Okay, and now it looks normal again. So let's go back to trying to fix our issue here. And I think I already told you what the problem was. In an align environment, you cannot have a blank line. You cannot have a blank line. So let's remove the blank line and try compiling. And, oh, I still have another error. Okay, I thought that was going to work. Okay, so I'm not getting any good clues from the message here. So I'm going to look at the code very carefully and make sure I didn't misspell something. Make sure that I have all the matching stuff that I need. Everything looks good. So my next thing to check is there a package missing that maybe I need? So at this point, I'm not sure what the issue is. I always go to Google. Google is your best friend when you are trying to troubleshoot LaTeX errors. So I am just going to Google, some kind of words that are going to indicate what my problem is. So LaTeX, and then begin align. And let's see, I think it's a package issue. So let's see what pops up. So a couple of clues here. I'm seeing use AMS Math, use package AMS Math, the very first hit, aligning equations with AMS Math. So I think that was the package I needed and not that float package. So let's come back up here and try AMS Math. AMS Math and compile. And the very first hit, aligning equations with AMS Math. So back up here and try AMS Math. AMS Math and compile. And sure enough, that fixed the issue. So that was the package I needed. And I think I mentioned this in an earlier video. Whenever I create a document, I always load AMS Math, AMS Sim, and AMS fonts because I can never remember which one does what, and I frequently need to use these three packages. So just out of habit, I go ahead and load those packages for all of my LaTeX documents. So that fixed the issue that we were having here. Okay, so fixing errors, you know, it can be frustrating certainly, but you want to try just a systematic approach to it. Use that tip I showed you about commenting out parts of the code so you can really narrow in right where the error is. Use that error log to help provide clues to you so you can see what the error is. And before we go, let's just hop on over to Overleaf and I'll show you what debugging looks like in Overleaf. It's a little bit different. To be honest with you, it's not very pleasant. Okay, and I think I made this sample document. It was a copy of our tutorial with all of these errors in it. So the reason I said it's not very pleasant is just because you see all of this red. Like it just induces panic when I see this. I'm typing on a document and then things all of a sudden turn red, right? It's very jarring. But it's showing me that I do have issues. Now in Overleaf, so I'm trying to compile. It's not compiling. Clearly, I'm having a problem because everything turned red. It's giving me some indication of maybe what the problems are, but you see that it's not quite as explicit as it was in TechMaker, where it said line 5 and then line 8 and then line 9. We are getting a little clue right here. This L.5 is referring to line 5, and it looks like /right. It's also identifying what the problem might be there. You really have to read these and look for clues. And then also this red X right here is indicating that we have an error on this line. So we're going to try and fix it. If you remember from last time, the problem was we were missing the /right in front of this other bracketing symbol. Okay, now as soon as I fixed that, notice what happened. The red X in front of line 5 disappeared. But now I've got all these other red X's. So these are indicating other problems. Now this one doesn't make a whole lot of sense. \begin document, like that's, there's nothing wrong with that. But if we hover over this and look at the message, it's saying it's unclosed. In other words, like we have a begin document, but we don't have an end document. Well, clearly we do have an end document. It's down here. But look what it says down here. Hey, I found an unexpected end document after a begin enumerate. So it's seeing this /end and trying to close and enumerate. So now I'm kind of piecing together the actual problem. It's not the begin document, it's not the end document. It has something to do with a begin enumerate that probably wasn't closed. And I have to really like hunt through here, look very carefully at all my begin enumerates and make sure they have matching end enumerates. And if you remember, this one does not. So it's a little harder, I think, to troubleshoot this problem in Overleaf. /end